Hey, Breadstick. Sorry I'm so late. I had so much stuff to sort today. Then I had to redo a whole load of stuff on here as well. My apologies. Support. I said sort, but it may have sounded like support. I'm always supporting you, mate. My audio is being very, very fiddly today. I don't know why. Oh, good old OBS. You excited for tomorrow? Big Wizardry patch. Probably not even half stream, to be honest, Wishry. I need to be out of here about 6:30, so like 5 hours. Eclipse Day. It's Eclipse Day, and also I have a date with Evie, which involves also watching the eclipse. No Irwin class change. Oh no. Oh no. We'll be back to normal tomorrow. Don't you worry about it. Genshin is so great now. Cool. I'm glad you're having fun with Genshin, Twishry. Mate, Suikoden Starleap looks cool. I'm actually kind of into it. I hope the global isn't a complete mess, which is probably asking for too much, to be honest. Yeah, that's the Suikoden way. Like, Suikoden was always 6 members, so it's effectively 8 characters, I think, because you have 6 battle characters and 2 support characters. So that might be fun. Like, there aren't that many games that do that. Yeah, they're sticking to it. They really seem like they're shooting to like revive Suikoden. Because they have an anime coming out as well. They have like a proper Suikoden 2 anime coming out next year. They seem to have put quite a lot of resources into it. Yeah, you change formation in battle, that's right. Yeah, it looks cool. Looks like it might be quite fun and actually like maybe a little bit strategic, so not just, you know, Honkai Star Rail sort. But I'm just mostly worried about the fact, you know, it's Japanese, it's IP gacha, it's Konami, it's a huge company, and you know it's gonna have a separate global server. Well, I'll try it anyway, assuming it actually comes out. We've been waiting for that one for a long time, pretty much since I started streaming. I've been like, oh, I'd really like to try Suikoden Starleap. I saw that probably like a month or two into me starting streaming, and I was like, man, we'll play that when it comes out. Little did I know that we would still be waiting 2 years later. Right, we gotta farm wind runes. We actually have everything now. We are just missing wind runes. God help us. We need one specific wind rune, which is what they call in the business a big RIP. This junk. That needs to go in our bank. Okay, let's go sort that a second. Or fuck around with this. I don't have much left that I want to do on EQ Legends. Kind of already tapped everything out. We need this. Need these. And we don't need that. We have this on auto. Must do. So we ended up with so many of those. Actions, loop for window, filters, access. Yeah. We need that. Don't need this. Don't need this. Fritzy Warblade. We don't have that. Need that. We need that. Where's our Dark Reaver? There. We probably don't need these bandages, I don't know. I guess we can just keep them for now. Okay, we're sorted. Let's get out of here. You seen the Wiz collab promo video? Yeah, man. I don't know how much that is botted. I've absolutely no idea. I wouldn't like to guess. But even if it is botted, which I mean is possible, it's still probably going to be a lot of viewers. Like, there's no way they botted that many. It's very unlikely. Final Fantasy's a really, really big deal in Japan. I remember there was one guy who came in when I was talking about that once who was like, yeah, it's not as big as Dragon Quest though. It's like, yeah, just cause like Mike Tyson's not Muhammad Ali doesn't make it doesn't make him shit at boxing, you know? Yeah, indeed, exactly. It's getting, but even still, it's being picked up by a lot of people. It's being shown a lot, and every one of those viewers is real reception, you know? So like, it shows that they are advertising it successfully, because if there are that many people seeing it, then it is getting advertised successfully, right? And that's an incredible amount of people. It's very hard to reach those kinds of numbers for reception of adverts, like even if it is just adverts. They're doing a really good job in Japan. Doing a great job. We already knew that though. We know that they can handle things in Japan super well. They've got their finger on the pulse with that. It's global that they don't. Right, we need to create a new instance. We are hunting for a Wind Rune. Fuck, which one is it? Nazer. This is gonna be a task. Yeah, Dragon Quest is absolutely huge. I think Dragon Quest is the biggest RPG IP in Japan, I believe. It's absolutely immense. So we are just killing shit. That's pretty much it. That's all we can do. We just kill shit until we find the wind route. We are a lot stronger than we were before, so it's a lot easier for us to kill shit than we did before, but we still just have to kill stuff. We're probably going to get some good alternate advancement experience while we're doing it, but yeah, it's just a bit of a slog. Unless this one drops it right here. No. Next one. I should probably rebuff. I don't really know what I'm spending AAs on now. Haven't really decided. I might get Divine Stun, maybe. It's quite useful. Stuns are weird here, though, so maybe that's not good. I don't know. Stuns have DR here on mobs, which they don't usually. Stood up a little prematurely there. Yeah, I get. I could do this on higher difficulty to get better moats. We are desperate. We are absolutely desperate for moats. But I think it will make it take absolutely forever. Hi Mythic Foot, how's it going? Children are still safe from the Basso and Huffmans of the world. I don't know who those are, but I'm happy that they're safe. I'm fine, yeah. No complaints, we got a solar eclipse later today. I'm going on a day with Edie. What more could I want? I love being safe. True. You don't want to be looking at solar eclipses directly. Right, time for the Thunder Spirit Princess. Should we use it again? Naser. She's a real pushover now. To be honest, she was a real pushover when we first came in here. Okay, Island 2, we get to kill all the impies. Hey Jakero! What's up? I don't see how you gather all the materials for a relic in such a short time. Working on it for days and I still have the samurai sword and bow to finish. Yeah, I don't know, you just kill the packs. Kill the packs on floor 5. That's pretty much all I've done. I'm still just trading in for the relics, but I think we have all the mats for them. Damn, that's a lot of Tony B's. It might be that you're not on the hardest difficulty, Mythic Foot. In which case the drops are worse for you. Another short stream today. Yeah, that's right. Solar eclipse today and date night with Edie. I was late as well because had a load of real life preparation and stuff to do today. So I'll be here for another, what, about 4.5 hours? Good luck with my date. I don't really need a lot of luck. It's with Edie, you know, so. We've been together for, what, 18 years? Oh, we were right on top of the protector. Lay on hands myself. The add to it would be pretty bad, huh? Thank you. Hey, Shagayoshi. Yeah, true. I've been with Edie longer than Bellicott has been alive. That's actually true. You're not gonna add me, are you? Okay. Yeah, I. Hello, Chili. Here to harass me for the day. How many years? 18? Ah, I think this is almost dead. Oh, we've got a wind rune. That could be it. Ah, it's the other one that we're missing. Next time, next time. That one is stuck in the air. We're gonna have to pull it down. Lay on hands here. Oh, that's a Beast Lord thing. Oh yeah, of course they added Beast Lord. Sky Quest. That's the first one we've seen. These darn kids. You got a lot of kids where you're at. Oh, for fuck's fuck's sake, man. That's so annoying. I'm gonna just have to let my pet die. Oh, Jesus. Don't be like this. Don't be like this. This Azurite that's stuck in the air. I can't actually hit it. I'm gonna drag it down, but I can't because I'm getting chain rooted. And grab fluxed. Ah, I see Dragyoshi. These darn kids. There we go. Okay. Really nice not to aggro that one. Yeah, Dragyoshi's a teacher. Except for 10 hours, a 1 hour break to get up and redispatch. That's commitment. Congratulations, Cyril. That's an excellent sleep. Well done. Your sleep schedule's bad. I'm sorry to hear that, Ilaria. Hey, Asa, hey! How's it going, brother? I really don't like people. Oh, dear. Perfect for teaching. Chugging along, yeah. I feel you, Asa, hey. Azahay's a kicker now. That's just the way things go. It's time to accept the kick's the future. Aggro both. Yeah. So probably need to pacify that or want to pacify that. Hello, movement, please. Thank you. Okay. Whoa! Shit. Did not realize I could do that. live and learn. Probably need a horse for killing these. Stop the knockback. It's very green, yeah. Very green. I mean, we could buy a horse. Nah, I think we hold strong. I'll probably get the horse next. I want to try out Divine Stun. I think Divine Stun's really, like, normally Divine Stun's incredible, but I think it might be a bit fucked up here because of stun DRs. Chatterino sounds racist, does it? Yeah, not sure about that one, no, guys. I think we bother to pull those out of the sky. I guess we just fight the... That with coffee, yeah, I can see that a little bit more. How are you, man? Good so far. Expecting it to be ruined. Oh dear. Well, I certainly hope you're wrong. Oh yeah. Sometimes being wrong is great. I love being petrified by Magistas. Can't get enough of it. Don't we all, Narcos? Don't we all, mate? These two do an extreme knockback. I just saw the text on these. Oh, you're in big trouble now. We don't like intruders trying to kill us. Time for you to die. That's fair. Yeah, generally, I mean, that's what we are doing right now. We're just like walking into these guys' home. Just trying to kill them, really, for their wind runes. They're just chilling out. Trying to live their lives. Not really the good guys in EverQuest. Oh, we need to be in defensive. Do evasive. Oh, we're trying to get our debuffs on. In cap. Really the slow though. Try in cap on the Heart Harpy. Since it gets slow on the Gorgolosk now. Which is a challenge. We're going to have to go defensive, which means we're going to start getting stunned. She's not liking this. There we go, we got it, we got it. Re-Puma ourselves. Japtic will get him. Fine. They're not correctly identifying the real powerhouse of this duo. Probably gonna have to re-slow. Can we get a re-slow on the Gorgolosk? Probably not. No. Yeah, I hate to see it. Yeah, we're in a bit of a pickle now. As she is unslowed. Gonna have to lay on hands. Since we're out of this. Slow really doesn't want to re-stick. Alright, we're fine. We got her low enough. I think we've seen this yet. Griffin Talon. I should have put that in storage. Don't know why I looted that. Don't know why I looted either of those. How dare you? How dare you, JJWF? You attack us after we allow you to enter our domain in peace? Tell me you did. Oh, yeah, that's fair. Again. Just to really, really confirm, we are the bad guys here. Sorry, Harpies. Look at that swagger. The man, he's just walks into the homes of some innocent creatures and killed them. I should probably try and make some of the shaman stuff as well. There's some useful clickies there. Like a pet clicky. Have a look at that in a minute. Oh, the... Never mind. The Guardian clicky isn't really that great. Pull this back. No, 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 no. That was not on great a hold. As is a classic. I don't know why I've pulled this when I only have my buffs up, but I mean, I guess it's fine. We'll be alright. As long as we don't pull ads. It's had a moment. This is gonna be hard without slow, without anything, probably. Possibly. Maybe we were right. It's only level 58. It's only 8 levels higher than us, it's fine. Be alright. We're a lot stronger than we were before. I think we even need to lay on hands. Just punching it out. Obviously, it'd be a lot easier if we did have our spells memorized. Good hustle from us. Oh. Oh! That's what we're looking for. We did it. That was a blessed mob. The only one we're missing is Aina. Which we don't need. I'm going to clear this out anyway, because I want to do the test of generosity thing to spawn the paladin in here. I'm so glad we got that. Oh, that one didn't spawn an additional one. It's interesting. They always did. I guess we'll try and do our Torrid Corruptor today then. But finding Grimrot is the real problem with it. We have most of the bits already done. Oops. It's not the worst time for that thing to come in. Ah. Let me kill the tamer. It'll actually stay dead. Ah, there's our missing rune. Not that we really need that one, but... Did want to make any of the other thingies. We can now. Don't want to move around too much. I don't really want my pet hitting the front of it, but I don't want to move around too much because we're in a bit of a dodgy situation. Soul Carrier needs reslowing. You do not need that. No split on that one. I guess we'll keep clearing around here. Don't really want to pull both pick a side together. Just need to make sure the windmill's clear. Yo, a godlike Silver City? They even use that trash character. Oh dear. I'm sorry to hear that, Twitchery. You know, channel. Does the armor's elemental damage reduction stack? Yeah, it does. I think it's 15% per piece. All of the resistance armor. Alacrity are, yeah. So we would definitely want to make Bracelet of the Spirits. Bracelet of the Spirit. Don't know what we're missing for that here. That essentially saves us a spell slot and mana and everything. I guess it's not that big of a deal. We'll have a look at it all the same. It's a burning horse I can't, I'm sorry. These horses have got to go. Where is Peacefully? I think Peacefully's gone. Sorry to say. Hello, Chibi. Chili? I don't think so, Toshri. He's gone. Hello, Chili. What? Moaning about? So we can now put together our monk fist. We don't, as great as that fist is, we don't actually have any motes to really power that up. But great that we have it. Steadily raise it over time. So Windrune Naser. Brass Knuckles and the Sapphire. There we go. This right now is actually worse than this. We're going to have to raise this up. But we do not really have the bits and pieces to do so. That's about all we got right now. Don't have a lesser, do we? Now we have to merge one. We don't really have anything. We are fairly tapped out. Let's have a look at the shaman stuff. Which of these was Shrink? Abrasive Venom, a Fruity War Club, and a Windrune Aina. Test of Shrink, that's not an original thing, is it? We can try and do that, I guess. Test of Sight. Oh no, Test of Shrink is a thing. It's the Warhammer of the Wind. Test of Health is what we're looking for. Windrune Kala and the Ceremonial Belt. Do we have that? I get the feeling that we do not. Oh no, we do. Windrune Kala. Yeah, so this has instant cast Alacrity on it, which is our haste spell, our current haste spell. That seems quite useful. We do have to equip it though to use it, which is kind of annoying. We don't really want to be doing. I guess we just keep doing us. Oh, we can take this out, can't we? If we power this up, we can take it out. The other thing is the pet spell, the pet item that they have. Where is it? Very Hide Mantle. Guardian Spirit is our lower level pet spell, I think. Right? Yeah, I think so. Making that reasonably useless. Yeah. Reasonably useless. So we can keep this and we can level it up and put that on our racer or something. Other than that, I think we're done here. We're done in playing this guy, thank God. I think we need to go and do turn-ins for Guard Shilster. Oh wait, no. We need to go and do the thing first, right? That's what I cleared that out for. Let's go do that then. I don't know why I've zoned out of there. I needed to be in there. So we have to hand in 500 platinum to this guy. Then he's going to spawn a paladin that we have to go and kill. But we have to do it quite quickly. We already cleared everything out. I don't think I need to invis, but that's safe than sorry. Should just be in the windmill here. Don't know how tough he is. He's in yellow. He's scowling at us. Oh, no. Oh, no. Yeah, I think we just ignore the griffin. Right, slide. We have to kill this fairly quickly, so I have to hustle. Use our lay on hands offensively here. Uh-oh. How did we get a Drake? Oh my word. How on earth did we get a Drake? Sake. No. We're gonna have to get evasive. Soulfire. I think we're fucked though. I don't know how we got a Drake of all things. Damn. Gonna have to slay this thing if we want to have a chance. These things are a nightmare. A mage hunter. Rim. Oh. Let's try to re-slow. Oh no. I think we're probably dead. Being honest here. Oh, why the Drake? Of all things, why? I don't know how. I genuinely have no idea how we got a Drake. Jesus. I don't know where it even came from. Oh man. I'll have to do it again. We'll pull him out to the edge of the island or something. He's probably gonna despawn by now, isn't he? Go and have a look. Did I just buff without summoning my pet? How did I manage to do that? Infinite stupidity. I don't even know where the drakes live. How did we get a drake? Oh no. Where did she come from? Silent is a mystery to me. version out another pet. I usually fight the Protector of the Sky in the windmill, and I don't have any issues with ads. But I guess it's not actually safe in there. Maybe I just got lucky before. Oh, he's still up. Okay. Well, really an ideal pull. I think we should be fine on the edge here. They slowed. We need to go defensive or evasive. We do evasive. Dip our endurance a little bit. We don't really want to kill the griffin. Probably be a little careful with where we're standing here. Probably don't want to go off the edge. Oh, we might not have a choice though. I'm going to be rooted for a while here, aren't I? This root breaks, we need to move. We need to shimmy to the side a little bit. Very close. Let's get coming in, killing some random chilling paladin who's retired. They're a lifelong of doing good, life full of doing good. might be the bad guys, not sure. So you stare into the fading embers within your palm. Fear of your mistakes overwhelms you. The visage of Jatei's vengeance on the echoes from the beyond. You're left with a long silence and have no conclusions left to draw from. You clasp the flames away in disgust. Close your eyes to seek inward. A voice calls out to you from the void. Still the gods' playthings, are ye? Miserable fate we all have come to learn. You'll not find any truth despite their promises. It has led me only to selfish spite. My name is Luxio. This is the Freeport guy. I was once a knight such as you. If you still need guidance, seek me out in Freeport amidst the rest of the Forsaken rabble. It's a dismal rage guy down the Freeport sewers. We're basically on the last, that's the last part of the quest. We haven't done the rest of it, but I figured I might as well do it while we're up here in Sky. I don't really want to come back to Sky. I guess we are taking Divine Stun. I wouldn't want to auto-skill this, but I was curious to whether it would auto-skill on here. No. Okay. Do we need to make a button for this? I think we can just jump off. I don't think we have anything else to do up here. Nice Noni world. So we need to go to North. Oh, I guess I could have just poured it out. More dramatic, isn't it? I think we need to go to North Karana to do some really tedious hand-ins. North Karana Gate. I remember this guy from when I actually used to play. So this guy is you help your corrupt, your evil Kinos faction. He's in the northeast corner of the map. He's chilling out selling contraband, I think. Selling like ale. He's a corrupt guard. You have to hand him 5 gold a whole bunch of times. Should be up here, I think. Let's have a look. Guard Schuster. Yeah, up on the top right hand corner. This is awkward because I can't just hand him a whole chunk of gold. I'll have to do hand-ins individually a bunch of times. And maybe KOS him as well, I'm not sure. Might have to do some fiddling. To Hi Citizen, how are you? Things are going okay for me, thank you. We're about to just do a very, very tedious turn in. Okay, here's Scows. What's the best way for us to combat this? Maybe if we just change race. It's gonna be the easiest, isn't it? Oh, we can't change race here though. Let's try Dark Elf Mask, if that helps. And if not, we'll have to go back, I guess. I don't know how I thought that we could just go out here and hand it to him. We need to be walking around as a half-elf, probably. Or a human. Oh, no. We got Devious. The Dark Elf. You'll love to see it. Right, this is not the best. It is what we must do. Finish the relic grind. Nice. Now you're on the mining grind. I think I have all of the bits and pieces to make all of the relics, but I have to do a number of like trade-ins over an amount of time. See what tomorrow holds for Wizardry. If there's any new stuff to grind out, etc. So far you've hit 2 times less full alteration stone, turned 2,000 junks, and hit 1 more full, less full alteration stone. The blacksmith, congrats. That's a FAS bow and katana. I see. You're hunting for full alteration stones. They're insanely rare through the mining stuff. Sadly, they're just insanely rare in general, aren't they? Looking forward to having to grind 7 more relics tomorrow. I don't think we have any kind of confirmation that there's actually more relics tomorrow. I think it'll be cool for people if there are. We have 2 things to grind this this week. Later half of this week, we have Dread Barrage on Granblue Fantasy as well. So it should be a busy grinder if there are more things to grind in Wizardry. Expanding the collab doesn't mean, yeah, indeed, we just don't have any real idea. We've talked quite a bit about like the potential of other relics. We kind of know what relics there would be if they do add more. But it's hard to say whether they will or not. They talked in their interview about a relic Zesty. We don't know whether that was just in like testing or it didn't make the cut or who knows. We'll just find out tomorrow. Like, he's trading in Knoll brewed beer or something, and the Kenos guards have a huge Knoll problem. He's an actual scumbag, guard Chilster. He's perfect for us to deal with, as we're also absolute scumbags. Just like the kunai, if anything, my Yuzu. So, yeah, maybe, who knows? Could be. Pull this up. Might need to refresh my Dark Elf illusion. We're here for a little while. At least you can get them from the jeweler now. Get what from the jeweler? Oh! That was not the right key. What the hell? Apprehensive. Huge gains. Could be. It could just be the Tombury King. We really don't know. So I just wouldn't get your hopes up too much. We'll know soon enough anyway. New content in Wizardry can be anything from some kind of like bug fix to an entire new expansion or a out of nowhere collab, you know? We just don't really know. Indifferent. These are the gains we need. This is a corrupt guard who's trading in Blackborough Stout. It's contraband that he's not really meant to be selling. It's ale that's been brewed up by gnolls, which is very tasty, but extremely illegal, as gnolls are like the sworn enemy of Kinos. They take gold. Each one of these hand-ins gives us rep with the corrupt guards, among some other things. Maybe so, Mythic, but maybe so. I wouldn't know anything about such things. Amiable. Yeah, it's probably helped a lot in loads of ways, Citizen. A 16 demon pack. Lovely. Now they have twice as much chance to stone. You've all been asking for it. So we made it happen. Okay, Mother, you got it, bud. Yeah, just in case you need a few more mobs. Sometimes they summon up some undead for you. Very nice of them. So thoughtful. One guy always bricks your auto. Which one guy? Some ends. I can't say I've ever seen that. Oh, the Crystal Notorious Monster. Yeah, he's annoying. My order does kill him eventually, but yeah, it takes a while. Kindly. So kindly is, I think, what we need for this, but I would rather be safe because the hand-in is very, very annoying. I'm just going to go all the way with it. I don't want to have to find Lord Grimrot and then not have enough faction. That would really, really suck. We're having a good time tonight. Random pack on floor 5 you can get. Which mob is it? Citizen? That's causing you problems? I'm trying to think of this. I've seen a lot of floor 5 packs. I can't think of what you're describing. Random kindred. Great advice, Breadstick. Fantastic as always, brother. Just get better gear, lol. It's almost like saying that is completely fucking pointless, Breadstick. Just get stronger. Just don't be so weak. Fucking hell. I don't think you can call that advice. About words of reassurance, like, don't worry, you'll get stronger. Rather than get your gear up. This was ever fun a couple of days ago. The order just looped for 10 minutes. My party would kill spawns. Infinite XP glitch, maybe? No? No, probably not. Warmly. Whoops. I just handed him a shit pile of gold. I'm just going to do it all the way. I don't want to mess around with this. I don't want to get this wrong. No infinite XP glitch done. God, Shilster is retiring after today. Set this man and his family up for the rest of his life. We've done 250 trade-ins, 5 gold pieces each. It's what, 1,250 gold. That's, I guess it's 125 plat. That's probably a lot for a guard, right? Probably a lot for a guard. I don't know how he's getting it back to town. He's probably going to get robbed. How wide is my smile today? An average width? This is the last of the 3 factions. It's not bribing. This is a business transaction, mate. There's no bribery going on here. We're giving him gold. He's giving us delicious blackberry stout. We're just two gentlemen making a business arrangement, which may not be a little bit shady because, you know, it's kind of illegal. But that's why we're all the way out here in the northeast bank of North Carolina. Just because something's illegal doesn't mean it's wrong. Okay, in most cases it does, but in this case it doesn't. We're just doing what needs to be done. Yeah, he's just got like 150 plat or something, which I assume for an average person is a lot of money. He can probably retire. Probably setting him up with his family for the rest of his life. I don't know about the whole city, but maybe a nice little abode somewhere. And we're getting real drunk. We got 300 blackberry stouts here. We're having a great party. 306 blackberry stout. Oh, I wish I could do that. If only. If only Guard Chilster took 10,000 gold at a time. Made it to ally. We'll keep going. Might as well max it at this point. Way over the IRS's transaction limit. I don't know much about the IRS, thankfully. Her Majesty's finest, though. Quite familiar with them. Sorry. His Majesty's finest. My bad. Stuck in the past. I don't know if any of these other factions are useful. How many slips of God Save the Queen happened in the transition year? Oh, the Queen. None, because nobody actually ever says that. Nobody gives a fuck about the monarchy in this country. I hate to tell people, and no one gives the slightest of fucks. The Americans seem to care more about British monarchy than we do. It's a bunch of rich cunts, aren't they? Own an unreasonable amount of land in the UK. What happened to the Parliament? Did they get smoked? I don't understand. Really sorry, Mythic Foot. What about the Parliament? After LE2's 300-year-old reign, someone would slip up. It's just that nobody says that stuff, Citizen. Like, nobody ever says God Save the King or God Save the Queen or any of that shit. Nobody gives a fuck about the monarchy. There's nothing to slip up on. Parliament is an American cigarette brand famous for its signature recessed vape photo. Jesus, that's obscure. Barely, I think, foot. Yep. Speaking of thanks to this disgusting heatwave, 1 pack of smokes has been lasting me a week. Good, I guess. Is that good? I don't really know. Checking how long our Dark Elf Illusion gonna last for. Technically good. Technically good is good enough for me. We'll all be dead by 2020-30. 2020-30? 2030. It's fine. Don't worry about it. I just cancelled that. Oops. For a second there, I thought I had enough ale, maybe, but Circle of Unseen Hands, max. Getting there. Corrupt Kinos Guards and Kane Bay will max. And that's just Blood Sabers. You know what? I probably don't need to do this all the way up. I just realised. Because... I mean, I don't need to anyway, but... we probably get a faction hit from killing... what's his tits? Brother... Whichever brother it is in Splitpool. Which I haven't done yet. But we've come this far. Wait, I can have a look, can't I? It doesn't have faction hits on it. I don't know what the faction hits will be. That's safe than sorry. Series of mishit keys. Is it really a party if you don't have 500 blackberry stout? Hey Corden, welcome back from work. Hope your day was alright. Yes, I said, hi Quantum. Hope work was alright. What was a workout? Free workout, easy. Love free exercise. I'm having £35 in each hand. Sometimes 70 in each. Whoa. You must be stacked. Want some? I'm gonna do the weekly badge quest in Garda. Can't seem to find the mob. Just never do it. I've never once done it. It's usually on floor 2-3, which is a fucking waste of everyone's life. Just go and do the Abyss 1 weekly quest. You don't get less badges for it. Go kill the Scorpion Woman. It's so easy. You can even take the Mel the Sniveling Thief quest with it and get the free port out and the free bondmate / amnesia incense. Yeah, you can cancel it and get the other one. You can either cancel it at the guild or you can cancel it in your adventurer's log, I think, as well. Oh, there we go. We did it. That was unpleasant, but didn't actually take that long. Right, now we need to go to South Karana. And I believe we can basically do the entire Torrid Corruptor quest. The only real problem is finding Lord Grimrot up, which is a bit of a pain. But we can have a fiddle about with it. Time is it now? 12 AM. So yeah, we can probably get to... We basically want to respawn him. I think the best way to do it is to make instances at 6 AM to try to find him. We've got 6 in-game hours, which is what, about an hour? Bit longer than an hour. You kill Brother Hale, grab his soul, as you do, as one does. Then go and have a look for Grimiar. Man, such memories of the Wizard Spires. These are the places where wizards can teleport to, Wizard Spires. Later on they released an expansion where you got to like go to the moon. You just had to wait around at the Wizard Spires. You have loads of people congregating, waiting for the Nexus Scion to pick you up. Per Lucklin. (1 AM). I think we should have plenty of time. Get into Splitpaw and out. Oh, are we does this hate us now? No, not at all. Oh, maybe they're corrupt guards. That's probably why. I think our faction with Kenos guards should still be okay. We only took like very minor hits, just -1 on each of those turn ends. We were max ally before, so we're probably still fine to walk through Kenos. The Grimrot's just out here. This spawn point. In a cage, I think. Remember correctly. But he is renowned for being an awful, awful spawn. Not only is it a nightmare to find Grimrot up, but he can spawn either living or dead. You specifically need the living version. We'll worry about that in a minute. We need to go into Split Paw and kill Brother Hale first. Our good paladin friend. Need a top 10 anime betrayal sim. Oh, I've lost the entrance. Oh, there it is. Yeah, this is 1999's finest. Still exactly the same as it was in 1999. Do we need to spin up our own instance here? Probably not. Oh, we need to hit the lever, don't we? See ya. Yeah. A pet. Mean for my pet to attack. You wouldn't kill my pet, surely. Surely you wouldn't kill my pet. Oh my word. Come on. I don't know how my pet attacks. Oh well. Poor pet. These guys are only like level 30. Oh, it's down here, isn't it? I'm here to chat with the prisoner. Hey sir, my good friend. Brother Hale, I'm afraid you must die. So sorry. Prime Healer, guide me to victory. Sorry, Brother Hale. It's our second sub. We have so much of this. We just probably sell this. It's nothing to do with Blackberry Stout, right? No. Okay, we need to go out. Oh, we could just pick out, can't we? So we need to give Lord Grimrot the living version, which is difficult to spawn. Burning Soul of the Pious and Dark Reaver. Let's get those in my bag. So Dark Reaver and Burning Soul of the Pious. This is probably the worst bit of the quest from what I understand. Just trying to find living Lord Grimrot. I don't think I ever did this camp. But I know people who did. I know people who like quit the game over Lord Grimrot camp. It's much easier here because of being able to pick zone and be able to make your own instances. But I'm sure it still won't be ultra easy. It's 4 AM now. At 6 AM, I believe we want to try to make make instances to try to spawn him. I think he spawns inside one of the cages here. Ah. It's 5 AM. Trying to see exactly where he spawns. Lord Grimrod. Go to another pick, so we're not on top of his head. I think he spawns inside one of these thingies. But I don't think I've ever witnessed him before. I've never witnessed him. Five AM. Right, that skeleton. I'm guessing it's probably like in one of these. Five AM. Six AM. Certainly not here. Shotgun skeleton. Heavens above. Great instance. Non-respawning. I think this is where he spawns. I think that putrid skeleton is his placeholder. But ultimately, this is just going to be a bit of a crapshoot. Especially with someone else looking for him as well. Doesn't look like it, not here. Oh, hey, skeletons. Hello there, skeletons. The skeletonus. I'll have a look around the picks. Ah, this is where he spawns, but this is dead Lord Grimrot. That's good to know. At least that is his spawn point. So that is, yeah, the middle one on the right. Wait. I probably shouldn't kill him, should I? Probably got a faction hit on him. Never mind. That would be slightly stupid. Probably gonna be a huge Bloodsabers faction hit, I imagine. Yeah, he'll give you a shitload of minus Bloodsabers. I realised it as soon as I pulled him. I was like, yeah, just kill him, just see what happens. And then I was like, wait a second. Hold on a second. Hold on just a minute. I've already got enough Blackborough Stout for a lifetime, I think. Why are you dead? I am feigning death to drop aggro. At least we know which one he spawns in now. I've never seen either Grimrot. I've never looked for Grimrot before on any of my characters ever. So good to know exactly where he spawns. You have any dialogue when you're dead? Welcome to my field of decay. Won't you be so kind as to attack me? I have needed more bodies to join my diseased legion. Try it. Maybe you shall win and gain my trusty pestilence. My beloved scythe, upon my death, my soul shall live within her. Such is the pact. What a guy. I'm with question about reverse 99. Okay, now Atomic Heart event end, but I just started. I heard Twins weapons very different from regular, and you can get it from event, but event already closed. Do they have reruns of events or store where you can buy old events weapons? It's Atomic Heart, so it's a collab, so they're never going to rerun that, dude. Sorry. They do... Like, there's no way. I don't play Reverse 99 anymore, but I can tell you're not going to be able to get that stuff. It's collab stuff. It's already gone. Sorry. Collabs do get reruns sometimes, yeah, but there has never been a rerun in Reverse 99 of a collab. Thus far. Any bits around. Any bits always around. Let's have another 63 seconds before we can swap. More bones in exchange. Oh, baby. Zelda Reverse and Limbus at the same time, very strange games. Strange in what respect? I mean, they're both just like visual novels, really. These aviacs do not care for the skeletons, apparently. Yeah, sure. Hey, Razil, how are you? Lions everywhere. Chase after the lion. The lion doesn't need to be chased after. Lion's having a great life. Lion's having a wonderful time. So no Grimrot or friend here. I think these skeletons are fine to kill. I don't think it, oh, of course they are, because they're aggressive to us. They're on a different faction. Oh, the Putrid skeletons. Oh, the Putrid skeletons regard me as an ally, so they're on Blood Saber. So we definitely shouldn't really be killing those either. The lion is running around some desolate forest with skeletons. Yeah, no, it isn't a desolate forest. These are the wide open plains of Karana, of South Karana. These lions are living their best lives out here with the elephants. And look at them, they're having a great time. This wolf, he's having a wonderful time. I need my realism, which is why I play gachas. ZZZ is so realistic. Look how fast these elephants are. That is a spirit of wolfed elephant. Look at him. Aww. Edie. Selbuff ended, it's all over for you, breadstick. Pet the lion! I could go and try and find Quillmane, but I think without a tracking class that might be a waste of time. I have camped Quillmane quite a few times in my life, but I've never done it without a track. Hey there. Where'd it go? Actually, it's an add-on. With GBS still. "93 seconds. Free bone chips from that guy. Idiot. Oh, he didn't drop any bone chips. How fast it is. Camouflage maybe. Thick elephant. Ten seconds. No Lord Grimrot here. I imagine it looks like someone was already in one, so I imagine that's already been rinsed. But we'll have a look at that after. And then we'll have a look again at what, 6 PM? 11 AM now. Yeah, I know people who quit the game over this camp, like the actual legitimate camp, not having to pick, not being able to like pick zone between them and open your own instances and stuff. Good old Lord Grimrot. Yeah, it's basically impossible to get in the public ones. I already did my own personal instances, Tizzle, but I thought I would check anyway. He's like a 3 and something hour respawn, if I remember correctly, from what I was told. Just passing the time, really. I think he like respawns or something. He like despawns at 6 or something. I can't remember. That's all good. Just passing a bit of time. Don't have much left to do on EQ Legends, really. Go farm some moats. Farm some, like, Plane of Hate armor, but just kind of chilling. Jumping not use endurance here, or is our regen just enough that it's overcoming our jumping? Dread Barrage is tomorrow, I think, Razul. Are you not on? Yeah, I thought you were on Blood Saber faction. Why'd you aggro me? I thought we were friends. Need to stay a little bit further away from those things. No trade bone chips. What? Oh, 14th, is it? Even better. Oh yeah, 14th. Right you are. That's so weird. I wonder why the pictured skeleton aggroed me. Like, the ones I conda, maybe one of them is just randomly, like, not on the faction, but gives faction hits? Weird. It's only a very tiny hit anyway, it's -2. Probably not anything to worry about. $3,000 crystals and gold means today. Yeah, I saw. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. Pretty sweet. I can find. This future skeleton's an ally. This future skeleton's an ally. Future skeleton's an ally. Ah! For some reason, one of the putrid skeletons is just Scowls, even though he's on Blood Saber. He gives a Blood Saber faction hit. Weird. Yeah, I need to stay a little bit away from there. How long do we have on our next charge? Oh, we'll have another charge for 6 PM. If we want to do 6 PM. I've heard 6 PM is good, but... it's all a mystery to me. It's always funny in EverQuest, like, so many rumors and things around spawns, like, that sounded so ridiculously far-fetched, and yet sometimes they actually turned out to be true. Like the ancient Cyclops in South Row. the spawn stuff was like so convoluted. It was so weird, like killing things at a certain time of the day, blah 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 blah. It just all sounded like it was a joke, but years later, someone confirmed it. Like one of the staff actually confirmed that it was that. It was like, oh, well, all right then. 2 p.m. Is today a short stream because it's going to have a date later? Yeah, I have a date with Edie later. And it's also solar eclipse here. So we're kind of doing that too. A nice chilled evening with the solar eclipse. Then go for a meal somewhere. Solar eclipse? Lunar eclipse? It's a lunar eclipse. I don't know. It's some kind of eclipse. It's a total eclipse of the heart. Solar eclipse. It is a solar eclipse. Okay. I watched this back when I was a kid, like 30 years ago. So I guess this happens every 30 years or something like that. Yeah, best eclipse since 1999. I watched it back in 1999. Wow, that's the same year that EQ came out. Oh my word. 27 years ago. EQ triggered the eclipse. Oh my god. Oh my gosh. That's what to hear. Hello there. remember watching it through those like little tinfoily kind of glasses things. We don't have those today. I'm not going to be looking directly at the eclipse. I do remember back way when, like, people actually did themselves some serious harm looking at that. A lot of people who just were like, fuck the warnings. How bad can it be staring at an eclipse? I do know. I think, you know, a lot of people were fine. I think people who actually stared at it, like really stared at it, burnt the back of their retina or something along those lines. I don't know anyone personally who lost vision because of it, but I heard a lot of rumors about such things. It's possible that it's nothing, but it does seem pretty dangerous. Probably not the best of ideas. Yeah, like it's all solar eclipses and stuff were all for a long time. They were all like deific events, ritualistic stuff, right? It's only what, like the 1600s? Galileo and whatnot in the 1600s that we started. And even then it was frowned upon, a lot of his activities, a lot of like astronomy and whatnot. It kind of went against God, right? Oh, there's a great anime sort of loosely based on that stuff. How's it called? Anybit loves it. I enjoyed it as well. So we haven't even really begun to understand the stars and whatnot for really that long in terms of human culture. Copernicus, yeah. Yeah, no, you're right. Copernicus came, what, like 100, 200 years before? Something like that? Well, that's the problem we have at the moment, right? We are in a time of the greatest technological advances in such a short space of time, and this is why it's impossible to predict what's going to happen to humanity, really, in the next little while. We can't really make predictions for the next 20, 30 years, because everything has changed so much in the last 50. It's absolutely crazy. Like, it's mind-blowing the advances we've made. We're probably advancing too fast. Ah, whoops. I forgot. Get out of here, putrid skeleton. I don't know why you hate me. We're friends. actually spent a lot of time in this zone over the years. Not doing this. Not doing Grimrot. But Quillmane. Spent so long tracking Quillmane. Probably camped Quillmane like 15 times. For various different reasons. For other people. For mages. For myself. For ults. Humans developed a lot in like 50 years, yeah, indeed. Last eclipse I stared right at it for 1 minute. My eyes hurt a bit, but I swear my vision got better. Okay, Kel. I don't endorse that. You know, like... I don't endorse that. Please don't look at the eclipse, but, you know, do as you will. How you doing, brother? I'm glad you didn't damage your eyes or anything, like. Yeah, not bad, thanks. Just chilling out. Trying to find a rare spawn. My favourite animation, maybe in the whole game, is this. This is like swagger. He's walking way too fast for the ground that he's covering. He's just like... It is actually walk, yeah. Exotic just have such a good swagger to them. Right, let's swap over. Give it a shot. Let's give it a crack. Instead of tomorrow's Wizardry patch day, yeah. I'm interested to see what they're gonna do. You're not a Lord Grimrot. Next time, next time. We'll get him next time. Wait, who's this? Who's this fine fellow? Like Ganex Dra? Who the hell are you? I didn't know you existed. Oh, look at him. He's a pretty boy. No, the relic thing is not a permanent event. It's the Final Fantasy XI collab, so it's up for another 30 days. Oh, Ganex is having a bad time. He's... Let us struggle more in Abyss 5. Yeah, it's fine. They're redoing 4 Drake soon in Wizardry. I don't think that's this week though. That's kind of cool. Ah, this is the one with evil Grimrot in. Dead Grimrot. We can't really kill dead Grimrot. Maybe I'll finally take my 4 Drake gloves. Yeah, maybe. I don't know what they'll do with it. Who really knows? 4 Drake gloves SBR. Yeah? Maybe. Used to have to use glasses for reading, then in 2024 I stared at the solar eclipse. I no longer need glasses to read. It's crazy because the government told me I had to avoid it or wear glasses. That's very interesting, Kel. Four Drake gloves are feather bronze gauntlets. They're like iron tier. They have bind resistance on them. Aww. This is a beast lord. It has a little wolf pet. It's cute. It's so weird. It still weirds me out, like seeing elephants and rats and things just start casting up spells in the middle of nowhere. I'm just like, what the hell is going on? Yeah, getting good golden gloves is very, very unlikely. Yeah, good old Risk of Rain 2 soundtrack. Chris, whatever his name is, did a fantastic job with them. Both the Risk of Rains and the sub Risk of Rains as well. Yes, he's so good for them. Refunded it as soon as possible. Hell yeah, man. Live your truth, brother. Honkai Star Rail OSC. Well, obviously, it's the AG, innit? Don't get no better than Honkai Star Rail OSC. You seen how Suikoden Star Leap is completely ripped off Honkai Star Rail? Like, it's a turn-based game. It's unreal. Yeah, Cappy still plays Genshin. Probably should have killed the Null. I'm pretty sure he's for one of the monk quests. The monk headband quest. Like, we don't exactly need that right now, but if I see him again, we'll kill the Null. I don't think the Null's on Bloodsaber faction. I'm not sure. I should probably look it up, shouldn't I? What's he called again? Ganex Stra. Oh, he is on. He's a little cheeky bit of Bloodsaber faction. Little cheeky tiny bit. It's only a minus 30. We max allied ourselves, so if we see him again, we can kill him. EverQuest works pretty hard on their music, I feel like. I play when I'm done with EQ. We still have a bit of grinding left to do in Granblue, and we have grinding left to do in Wizardry, so we still have our hands full for now. I have a list of single player games. Once we're done with those grinds, I have a list of single player games to play. What was the first single player game? Granblue Relink. No, I haven't got it. Already used 10,000 gold pickaxes to not miss out on FAS and LFSAS drops. I'm just not gonna overfarm the stuff. I don't care enough. I'm not really that invested to be mining for that long. Gonna get my books and get out, farm relics if they make more relics, whatever. Like, it's just not. I don't think the grind is worth it. Not for me, at least. The best thing about the mining is you can get low-grade ore without feeling like you have to do dens. Den dispatch ruined wizardry. That's certainly a take. Playing the new Genshin update, and I love how they added gun violence to the game. Alright. I don't have any smart or glib comments about gun violence. Gun violence is abhorrent. Hope you're enjoying the game so far. Yeah, I've already played quite a bit of EQ Legends. Laughable Larry. We're just farming. We're just trying to find Lord Grimrot right now for the Torrid Corruptor quest. I'm having a blast with it, but we've done most of the things I wanted to do in EQ Legends now. One of the few things we have left. Have you been playing it? Have you been enjoying it yourself? You need a life. Ooh, get a life. Come on, guys. Let's be realistic. Look where we all are. What's going on? Can you be more specific? Not like, what do you need to be? What do you need to explain? What do you need explained? Gets paid to play EverQuest. Yes, I am being paid, quote unquote. I am collecting monthly tax. I am. Yeah, I'm making some money. It's a little short of a living wage. Look at that swagger. Yeah, riding EverQuest's huge popularity. That's me. I'm a flavor of the week kind of guy. I always play the most popular games. That's why I'm on EQ Legends. Did Co actually manage to stream it in the end? Co seemed a little frustrated by that. I mean, I was frustrated as well by that unscheduled downtimes that they had last week. He did manage to stream it because he got caught by multiple of their unscheduled downtimes when he was trying to stream it. I'm a little surprised that he actually streamed it in the end. Yeah, I was forced onto Wizardry 3 times last week by unscheduled downtime. I did plan to do all of the collab stuff like later, like this week or late this week or next week, because it's up for so long. But well, we already did a bunch of it, so grind is grind, you know, whichever game. It's all good grinding. Grind is grind. You heard it here first. This takes me back a bit. I haven't done like an EQ camp in a while. This isn't exactly a full-blown EQ camp because obviously I'm changing zones and things, but like, yeah, this is the closest I've got for a very, very, very long time. Sitting around, waiting to see if something spawns. Chatting a little bit. These are the days. They don't make them like this anymore. Well, apart from, I guess, like Monster Memories and Drool and Adventures Online. It is 12 AM. Looking one. The chance of him being up in any of these public instances is unbelievably low. But we might as well pass the time. They are some nice thick elephants. We were really perusing the elephants not that long ago. I was using one as camouflage. My little Ixar tail looked like something potentially suspicious on the undercarriage of said elephant. Who? They got the mask and there was some other, there was like a mention or something. It didn't just roll out, it's been out for a while, I think. What? People were talking about it like last week? Unless that was the proposed thing. It was always only really meant to be one-sided anyway. It's incredible that they put anything in Final Fantasy. It means the collab went exceptionally well. For them to have put really anything in Final Fantasy that was Wizardry related. Yeah, apparently it was last week, or so people were saying. I don't exactly have my finger on the pulse for it. Ah, it will get added later. Okay, so then maybe they just added it then. Sure. Got you, breadstick. Yeah, it's just a really good sign that those are in the game at all, really. If the collab hadn't gone well, you can be sure that you would not be seeing any of that shit at all. And it does sound like the director was very happy with how the collab went of Final Fantasy. It's 1 AM. I don't think we're going to have a charge for 6 AM. Heard someone say you can only use a pet on with an auto attack for the NPC you're looking for, and it can tell you if it's in the zone or not if it tries to attack the person. Not sure if this is true. You can use a pet with an auto attack for the NPC that you're looking for. Yeah, if you have a target macro, you can have. You don't actually need a target macro. You can have a pet. I think you could. There's a way that you can have a pet and a macro attack a mob that you're not targeting, but I do not remember how to do it. It's been an exceptionally long time. I imagine it's just like pet attack, mob name or something. It looks like it's only possible with like macro quests, which of course is very much against the TOS. From what I am reading here, you can get your pet to attack a certain ID, a target ID, by attacking a specific spawn ID number. This would be pretty easy to do while grinding something else, probably in another game. I'm not going to worry about that today because we're only here for a little while longer. Yeah, if I need to camp this, I'll probably try and camp it while I'm like doing Wizardry or something. Grind in real life? What are you talking about, Perk? I mean, real life is a grind. Yeah, it's pretty much a job, mate. Who? Reminds me of the Monsters and Memories jump animation, jump sounds. They're kind of fixed now, right? But like for the longest time in the Monster Memories beta, all the races would have the same like huh, huh, huh. You have these massive ogres being like huh, huh, jumping around. Fellow paladin doing paladin things. I'm sure there are a number of people trying to camp this. You played Tits? What, Trails in the Sky? Yeah, I played the first Trails in the Sky on stream. The remake. Why'd you ask, Berg? About the word, then it reminded me of the game because it's the same name. I see. The 4 has the undead Lord Grimrot in. I don't think there's any point in even looking at that, as nobody is going to be killing the undead Lord Grimrot. Probably. They're releasing Trails in the Sky 2. When are they releasing Ass 2? Yeah. 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 Let's run together. Go get him, Shadow Wolf. We need hard speed to make that jump. It's not happening. Hey Alex! How's it going, man? $54 months. Sorry. 54 months. Thank you for being here. That is 4.5 years. If my maths are correct here. Thanks for being here for that long, man. Thank you for having me. No, thank you for having me. You can have me whenever you want, mate. How's your day going? Busy and tiring. Successful. Cool. I'm glad to hear it, mate. Stealthing. I'm fine, thanks, man. Yeah, just chilling out. Gonna watch the eclipse in a little bit. I'm not actually gonna watch it, but gonna be engulfed by the darkness of the gods forsaking us, you know. Then I'm gonna get some dinner with Edie. Nothing like a good godforsaking to work up a hunger. What's this? So sneaky. These animations, man. I love it, Xuz. Yeah. Seemed like a pretty good way to spend a night to me, Alex. Just a little Japanese restaurant. Nothing too fancy, just good food. Pasty, hearty food. Scary. Ooh. You almost climbed a tree. Ooh. Is there a pixel I can land on that? Oh shit. I don't think so. Oh. So close. Tree wants to take me. There are two, right? They should be able to do one more cycle, at least. 6 PM we can do a new instance. Can try our luck. Where are you going for date night? We're watching the eclipse, kinda, and then we're just going to a little Japanese restaurant. Narcos. Actual look up, yep. Well, I might not be too much. I don't have glasses for it, so I won't be looking anywhere near it. No, I'm not gonna do anything like that. I'm just gonna look away. I think Edie might bring a colander. Oh yeah, she'd fucking punch me, Narcos. I don't want that. She's northern and rough. Violence is just her language. It's the way up in the harsh north. Narcos. Like fucking cavemen. Nah, in the north of England, so... Although, a lot of the north of England, you know, they are descendants of the Scandinavian people, so I guess, you know... Oh! Hello there! Well, well, well! Hello, sir! Well, that was unexpected. Hold on. Gotta be quick about this. Bunny Solar Pice and Dark Reaver. Get out of here, skeleton. We have that back, and then we have to kill him? Is that right? Kill the living version. Wow, that was very lucky. This is in a public spawn as well. I guess we just take all of these. This is the one we need. That's in the D0 as well. That's like the common instance. What the hell? What are the chances? Okay, what do we do now? We need to go to Odus. Not Odus. Yeah, Odus. Oxala. Thank you, thank you, thank you. I'd like to say it was well deserved, but really it was just very lucky. I can see why people hated that camp back in the day. Right, we need to get a Payneal. I do not know where I'm going. Payneal is a maze. It's been a long time since I looked around Payneal. But we will stumble around. We should not be KOS here anymore, right? Yeah, we're ally. Even as Ixar, we're ally. Pretty juicy faction hit to the Bloodsabers there. Minus 915. That's a lot of Blackburrow stout. But we don't need Bloodsaber faction anymore. Because I was tabbed out, I was changing my whenever I tab out, Iki does this. I don't know why. That's what it is. Sorting my stream title. So we're looking for, I believe it's Grimrot's minion? Ghostly minion or something? Oh, I need a key, don't I? I almost forgot. I need a key. No, that's a Q. Thank you. Very kind, Mr. Skeleton. We should be allied to everything in here as far as I'm aware. I think all of the heretics are on. Oh, we actually added it to our key ring. This place is an absolute labyrinth. This is the evil erudite city. We good here? We cool? We cool. This is joined together by loads of teleportation pads. I do not remember it well at all. Right, who are we looking for here? Jotei Ebu Pran in the Necromancer Guild. Okay. It's gonna be in like one of these sections, isn't it? This is the portal, I think. The abattoir. This could easily be it. Jotei is who we're looking for. God. I mean, this is Necromancer area. But there is no Jotei here. Is she nearby? She is nearby. She's somewhere around here. Aha! Hello there, Jotei. So we need the the burning soul of the pestilent, which is this. We have clicked, and we need the scythe that has a click on it. Excellent, excellent, excellent. I think we're actually almost done, right? We already did Plane of Sky. So we just need to find we need to find Luxio Nuisis in East Freeport. He is in the underground. I don't remember 100% how to even get into the underground. We have to hand in all our bone chips down there as well to raise our Dismal Rage faction. But we will find out. We will find out. Now, Freeport kind of hates us because we killed Luke and Delaire. We may have to invis around a bit. I'm trying to remember where you even get into the underground. Do we want to go? There's like a hidden wall. Is it on East Freeport side or West Freeport side? I can't remember. We're gonna have to have a little search around. There's a hidden wall up here, right? I'm not sure if that goes down to where we want to be getting down to. We need to find the NPC to hand the bone chips into as well, and we may need to like change our race and whatnot. Not even 100% certain this is the right place. It says East Freeport, so I'm guessing I'm not in the right area. Are these the sewers? I'm in the back rooms, yeah. Chilling out. Having a look around. Trying to figure out where I'm meant to be going for the underground. I don't think this is it. This is my first port of call. We are going to probably need to invis unless you want to murder the entirety of Freeport. Oh, this is where we need to be. This is right. Okay, she's dubious. What we like to see. We can feign if it's anything bad. So I think she takes our bone chips. New recruit for a cause. Just what I've been waiting for. How would you like to serve the great Zelha Nevergone? I need an apprentice necromancer to assist the great Zelha. I see. That's you. Oh look, a talking lump of refuse. How novel. I think our faction might be too low to do this. But we can fix that. We're an Ixar right now, so we're pretty hated. And all quest items. I don't know how many we have to hand in. Let me have a look. Oh, huh. Zelha Nevergone. This is the great Zelha. 4 times bone chip. We can't do it. Cool. Here you go then, Zelha. So she will take all of these at once. Double checking. Faction. Dismal Rage. Oh. What it's called, isn't it? It's a Distant Rage or something. Distant Rage? Dismal Rage. Dismal Rage. I'm not tracking that. Indifferent. Getting ripped on here. Oh, Knights of Truth. Fuck the Knights of Truth. What have they ever done for me? Amiable. Kindly. Warmly. I mean, I guess we'll just give her the rest. Well, that's probably about as high as we can get here. Just did the corporate exam. I'm still getting 4 attestants. Yeah, it doesn't necessarily, as we talked about a lot, it doesn't necessarily qualify you. This is our guy, Luxier. Probably have to push further into the abysses. Sage. So I think to him, we need to give the 3 souls and Soulfire. And there we have it. Our Torrid Corruptor. It's kind of cool looking. But I don't want to use it for the weapon. I just want the proc out of it. Pretty cool though. This is a custom weapon that they made here. This whole quest is custom. It's pretty spooky. Oh yeah, it has this bash thing on it as well. We are torridly corrupt. What's a faction hit on that at the end? Just a bit of Knights of Truth. The Knights of Truth don't even hate us. Pretty sure we're still big friends with the Knights of Truth after all that. After killing paladins and whatnot. Soldier's Brooch. No, I didn't know it existed. What's Soldier's Brooch? Soldier's Brooch. There's one for each recently discovered. I see, I see. There's one for each class, by the looks of things. Seems alright. It doesn't seem like anything too crazy. It has AC on it, which is kind of nice, but I don't know if I would use it over this bow. It's your primary class. I see, I see. Yeah, it's like it's okay. It's an okay item. You obviously have to hard level it up as well. I have no moats. I'm completely tapped on moats, man. Like, moats do not exist for me. It's gonna be hard enough to get this to a high enough level to take the thingy out. Yeah, it's cool. It's cool that they've added like some quests and things that people haven't even discovered yet. Might be all sorts of weird stuff in the game that we just haven't found yet. I'm really shocked we got Grimrot to spawn like that. That was very lucky. We didn't even get him in a personal instance. We just got him in the D0 instance after sitting there for a while. Just spawned there. Never tell me the odds. Right. So we have this one superior potential, and only others that we have are these infinitesimals. I'm not actually sure we can get it up to high enough to pull the thing out. We are absolutely tapped on modes. Take care. Thanks, man. Have a good one, not like. Take care, son. This is so sad. We're actually so tapped. So close, so close. We're gonna have to farm a moat. We can take the worn out. That's not super useful though. We need the proc. We don't really bash stuff, as we like to fly and kick stuff. That's actually all of our moats. We have 0 moats. Where are we gonna farm some moats? Go back to the hole. Nothing quite like the hole. Go up to like Plane of Hate. Need to bind ourselves over there anyway. This scales up really hard. Plus 3 Torrid Corruptors already 45, 44. This thing must hit quite hard. At plus 10 it must be massive ratio. $1.5. Is that all? I'm surprised. I mean, that's still pretty extreme. Yeah, I'm kind of surprised. Thought it might be more. I suppose Aldrin is still at plus 4. This is still like a higher ratio than this. Just kind of silly. I've got it too. I just don't have moats, so this is actually still better than this. Our good old Smouldering Brand +9. We are entirely tapped on moats. Just zero moatage. Not a dry bone skeleton, no! Ah, this is really fiddly from here. We'll just use the proper smell, I guess. Still level 14. I guess we'll just search for it. Ah, it's still level 14. Unfortunately, I did Abyss 3 and got my whole team to Copper Grade, and I'm still at Evansville tier that I haven't logged off yet. Yeah, I guess you just, like, it isn't, grade is not enough. Loads of people will tell you that grade is everything and grade will solve it for you, and it just doesn't. In a lot of cases, it's a combination of all sorts of things. It's not just as simple as grade. Yeah, cool, we are bound that. That's fine. I can't remember. Sorry, Mr. YK, I can't remember the flags for it. Does that take us back to Oasis of Mar? So, is there a way to get into Plane of Hate? Into like a proper spawn of hate? Other than taking a wizard portal? Maybe not. We do fear. I guess let's do that instead. I'm not sure about dailies, but certainly side quests. You need reputation to unlock things, but I don't know. I don't know 100% how the reputation mechanics work. Because it's a hidden stat, right? This might be really sketchy. This is like the proper spawn of fear, so there's going to be mobs fucking everywhere. I remember this place is a stuff of nightmares. Corpse runs central. Having to take raid teams in to try and recover corpses in this place. I can imagine so mythic, but yeah. Hello. Hello, Shiverback. Nice to see you. I'm not buffed right now. Ah, I mean, since we're here, I don't know if we would use these over. Probably wouldn't use these over Slime Blood. Yeah, probably don't use these over Slime Blood. Right, we need to buff. Amygdala warrior over there. Might as well start that. Probably want to get rid of the levitate because we're taking huge knockback from it. That's the pet. Whoops. Ugh, mage. Don't care for that. There are camps of things, right? Oh god. Oh god. Oh no. Oh no 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 no. Oh no. Don't do that, pet. Oh no. Fuck. Oh, pet. That's my fault. I hit the wrong key. Turn its great hold of. Backline, is Heinrico a good idea, or should I put another fighter? Yeah, you can definitely use Heinrico or a fighter. Totally up to you. Oh, God. Got in evasive. Any reason why we're not taking any damage right now? But we will. What are we going to go into? Defensive? Let's decide quickly. I guess defensive. Can't keep that up, unfortunately. So fire up. Oh, Feels so awful. Fetid skin, icky. Necromancer words. Don't need that. Running out of steam on the Final Fantasy 11 event. That's okay. It's a lot of grinding. Don't worry about it. It sounds like you've ground a lot already. I hope people aren't like ultra bigging up whatever might happen tomorrow, because we just don't really know. It might not be that big of a deal at all tomorrow, or it might be absolutely massive. We just don't really know. out here. Scaling. Do you think the event's nice to newer players? It's hard to get fragments. Yeah, I think that kind of sucks. I don't know why they decided to make it so hard. I think it was to try to push people through the game. They really want people to play through, like to push through the abysses right now. I'm guessing it's probably that. But it sucks. I wish they had made it so that people can get fragments. It's so difficult to get fragments for people. Oh. Scalings are fun. Berserker gloves. I forgot Berserker's a thing. I think we care about those. That's really nice and all to Wishry, but that doesn't really help these guys, does it? And they're struggling for fragments. Yeah, lower grade has no fragments. Well, it's not grade, it's like lower progression. If you're on the lower loot, you don't get fragments. So you just can't, you have to like trade them 10 for 1 if you want them. It sucks. Yeah, it's Big L. It's really bad design, I don't like it at all. I get why they've done it. It's 2 fiends. Broke the rest. I get why they did it, because they want people to play through the shit, but it bothers me. Go evasive. I think I might have sicked my pet a little early there. That's the one we're hitting. Probably go offensive even. Midnight clad wristbands. They're pretty good. Better than what we're using, that's for sure. Oh, is that a... Ugh. Go away, scaling. No. Ugh. Oh, this is gonna get really messy, isn't it? Stupid scaling. Is that better than this? Maybe. Nah, probably not. Scalings make everything way more complicated. I think we need this. How would a new player even know that they're supposed to push story? No, they don't. That's the problem. But like they're meant to learn from other people. They're like, oh, you need to go play Abyss 3. Blah 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 blah. I guess it's how they want everything done in this game in Wizardry, isn't it? Like through word of mouth. Yep, Wizardry never gives out any info. I think I'm probably safe to stand, but I'll wait for them to forget me. That's the thoughts Rune Wizardry, that's a bit... Nah, that's not even funny to joke about. That's the thought, guys. Work really hard. My kingdom for a moat. Ooh, gorilla. Okay, we're getting a spider as well. Gotta go evasive. Oh. Hello there. This is clearly not a very safe space to stand, but we are extremely rooted. That's a scaling as well. Okay, the scaling we actually can't handle because of the shadow stepping. The scalings we really need to kill by themselves. We have strayed too far from, well, from God, but also from the zonal. Hello, son. How are you today? Crazy dopamine rush today. Lovely. I hope you're enjoying yourself. sacrifices. We don't need those. Vermiculated. Those are the days. It's so sketchy pulling anything here. Sell it. I'm sure you can, mate. You've got oh, that's a scaling. You can just charm stuff, can't you? Let's go evasive. So I think that stuff's getting ported. Can't hit us. Need to kill the scaling. Ah, I see, lads. Need to kill the scaling before our evasive runs out. Stamina runs out. Oh no. Not that. Anything but that. About to get flopped around. Christ. Good old fear. I need the scaling to die before he starts porting us around. Ugh. Got away with that one. Christ. Okay, we're slightly cooked. Don't think we can get that fiend down. I wish we could though. Alright, Pete. No, mates. So this Bard, Enchanter, Wizard, pull 8 mobs here, group Mez, then Bard nuke. Between, yeah, that's, I mean, that's just Enchanter stuff, isn't it? Enchanters are really, 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 really broken. I like face tanking stuff. It makes me it makes me feel big. It's like my favorite thing in the game. I actually hate crowd control. The nerds in it. I just remember the late night fears where people would be out here camped up in a corner, terrified to move, and rightly so. So many mobs just all over the place. Mage. Already single? Wisp already single? Surely that scaling's not single. No. There's no way. My pet's dead. It's a surprise of nobody, my pet is dead again. God. Oh God. Once again, I've dared to wander a few paces from the zone wall. And that is my mistake. How dare I? The audacity. Okay, we're dead. I will get my moat eventually. Maybe we'll farm some stuff in here as well. But for now, I must go. Where are we? Okay, let's get against the wall. Guys, thank you. It was a blast. Thanks for keeping me company. I gotta go watch the eclipse and go hang out with Edie. Hope you all have a wonderful night. Enjoy yourselves. If you haven't seen the eclipse yet or whatever, don't do so without being safe, you know. Protect your eyesight. It's important. Take care, guys.